What do we have here? I'm gonna be sketching Spawn today. Somebody asked that I do another comic book, another comic book drawing. So I'm just gonna sketch Spawn today until I can kind of memorize it and kind of go from there. Spawn is a character or a Oh, the real Amnesty. Thank you, thank you. Spawn is a character or species, lol. Yeah, he's a character from a comic book. Someone on Instagram uh, that I liked asked me to do that, so I'm gonna be Amnesty. Did you watch that video I sent you? You should watch it. It was hilarious. Rini Ren, welcome, man. Sorry, I was just I'm gonna have to use a monitor to look at references of Spawn, so I might not be looking at YouTube chat as often until I get the. It was so disturbing, but it was like by Meat Canyon or whatever. I don't know. I thought it was hilarious. It was good. Okay. I haven't done Spawn in a really long time, or like really comic book stuff. So, but we're gonna push through. How? But it actually had my mouth open at the end of the and speechless for about 10 seconds. Well, it's funny. It's funny if you know like the YouTuber that it's talking about. Like it's a streamer that's like super famous. It's like if you know the context, it's like a lot funnier. It was really good. Nice. Just doing another day of drawing, another full day. But yeah, I wanted to finish up Open Front last night. Well, I didn't call it that. That last picture I posted, I just thought that that would be a cool name for it, but it was actually a scavenger team. I just thought Open Front sounds like way more epic to call something that. It'd be crazy if I got this guy in like the first try. I hope your day is going good, Anasty. Hope it's going good. But yeah, let me know if you want to play some Open Front again, because those games were hilarious. We just need. I've been watching a little bit of videos on the side, trying to figure out how to like play that game better. And apparently, a lot of it is like the starting. Working from home this week, I will play again. Working from home this week, I will play again. Okay, yeah, we need to play some open. I've been like looking up videos on how to like optimize stuff. It's just basically a lot of it is the starting point. You don't really want to be like you don't really want to be quickly surrounded by enemies because you just lock horns and then like you're just wasting your troops. You're not growing, and that's part of the problem too. You gotta like somehow not engage the enemies, but grow. We just need to get like more people with us into the same game to help to be like a sacrificial cow. We need like 3 or 4 people to be like working together. That's the only way to win. And then we fight each other at the end or something. The problem is we weren't cheating hard enough. That's the issue. Future Oil, welcome, man. How was it? Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot the music. I'm sorry. We'll just do. We'll strike up a little. My bad. Welcome, Future. Yeah, he's in the ads apocalypse. I like Spawn because you can do so much stuff with the cape because it's like he's like I don't know, he's very dynamic to draw in terms of like the superheroes, and he's got like that grim dark thing going on. So I definitely like this character for that. I'm going low volume now. Gotta make appointments with clients. Thank you, Anasty. Appreciate that. What you drawing, Spawn? Oh, cool. Yeah. Good morning, Vietnam. Hey yo, says Hack Artist. Thank you, Hack Artist. Welcome. I think I bought the first Spawn comic book back in the day. Really, the first one. That's cool. One second. I'm gonna be looking at some reference pictures because it's not a character I draw super often. Maybe I should make his arms be more dynamic, like going up like this. I kind of got him in a pretty basic pose right now. He's not super crazy looking. But yeah, I know they're oh my god, thank you for the follow. I know they're working on another Spawn, but we'll see. I think I brought for a Spawn. Yeah. I'm telling you, I would read comic books if they were like not hidden somewhere. I don't even know where you like go get comic books. To be honest, that's part of the issue. Is it's sort of a thing that is. Do they still make Spawn comic books? You know. See, that's what I'm looking at, like reference photos, and they got like the craziest pictures of Spawn. That's what I like about it. Is you can kind of draw them. Thank you. If you search comic store near you, there will be one. I know there's one in another town. It's just that, like, that's what I mean. Like, to consume comics, you have to drive a town over, and like you get the comic book, you read it, and then you have to set it down, and you have to find space for that. And then when you're like done with that content, you have to either give it away or sell it. Unless, is there a program where you like can like go trade in your comics for new comics? Because I don't understand how you can like read comics. Like if you were really like, this is like what I'm gonna follow. Like how do you have to start an eBay account to start like selling it? Because there's only so much space. I already have miniature models. I have, there's just like you run into like logistical issues because of like space and stuff. That's sort of part of the issue with like. You know what? I probably should have like rewatched the movie to get like an idea of his capabilities, because he is. I remember Spawn being like just crazy, like like he can like manifest things. So like. So this may not be like the final. I think I'd be better. It'd be better if I drew him in a more like crouched position, kind of like this or something, like like that kind of thing. Oh, there's an app with like a monthly subscription. That's what I mean. I don't like that. I don't like the idea of a monthly subscription. Let's see. I'm just trying to look at some of these assets here. But yeah, I think it would have to be like online or something. But I do like the smell and touching of the comic book. That's part of the charm of it, I feel like. He's got this crazy hook hand thing going on. I'm probably gonna sketch Spawn today and not worry too much about like starting the piece. I'm just like gonna, get into the vibes of Spawn. And he's almost like, to me, he's almost like Venom, like a little bit, because of his how dynamic these poses can be. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to look up I'm trying to make sure I understand what this hook hand thing he's got. It looks like it's like he's got like this. I like it though. It's very my style. It's just I want to fully understand what I'm looking at. I could draw him kind of like sitting. Let me see here really quick. I drew him. I'm not, like I said. I'm not. I don't want to try and make him like go on the first shot. This is just going to be like more of a sketching day. Like I'm gonna render things out, but it's gonna be more of a chill. Like actually, this is the hard part. Actually, like The part where you're just sketching, this is kind of, for me at least, this is the part that is the most challenging. Actually, we couldn't draw his head like looking up. The Dark Knight Potato. Greetings, people, and Foros. Thank you, man. The spawn's looking pretty rad tonight. Yeah, I don't usually draw comic book art, but somebody that I like on Instagram asked me if I can, and I'm like, Spawn. I like Spawn. Venom too. I think if I were to do another one, like, it would be like Venom or something. I think Venom is like, because of his suit, his like bio suit thing going on. He's very another one of the more interesting. All right, let's see here. Let me work on that hand a little bit. This thing he's got like two of these things kind of coming out. It'd be crazy if I got this on the first run, just like just off the get, make a perfect spawn. I just really enjoy the brooding darkness kind of vibe, you know. Yeah, some of the, like, when I look at some of the like people who draw comic books, like the poses are so dynamic that I can't like do. Like, I can draw characters and stuff, but I don't understand how people do like the hyper dynamic kind of stuff. Like, I'm not at that phase yet. Obviously, I haven't like focused on it, but also you know, I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying some of these guys that draw gestural drawing. Yeah, but this is, yeah, yes, basically yes, but I do more not as crazy of stuff, I think, a lot of times. So I've you know, my stuff is a little bit more toned down in general because I kind of lean more realistic, but I do want to be able to draw like, oh my god, Grulosa, thank you for the follow, appreciate that. But I do want to like get to the point where I'm want to, like, if I want, I can pull that out of the bag of tricks and do hyper dynamic poses. Like this one, I'm planning on, like, if I were to go with this pose, even though like I kind of don't like, it's a little too stiff, right? His body is just like straight up. I believe in you, son. Thank you. His body is like straight up and down. But let's, if I were to move his torso down here. No, I think I would have to. I think it'd be better if I just drew a new one if I were to. But this is gonna be like a training. it's just one of those things, right? Like it's just one of those things. Like if you draw a lot of horses, you're gonna be like better at that. And so like these hyper dynamic kind of things, it's just something if I did it a lot, I would get better at. Like as soon as I start streaming, there's like construction vehicles outside my house. The dog gets up, he wants to go outside. Like I can hear like beep 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 beep. Like it's like the moment I hit start streaming, it's like every construction vehicle in town has to like surround my house and start doing work. I think the way you draw him is something I would see in a front cover page of a comic book in a good way. Noise. Yeah, like I said, I'm getting to that point, but I still feel like there's still a little bit of when I look at other people's work, like you know, it's there's still like, are they able to deliver like a dynamic kind of level that I can't reach yet. But horses are also my enemy. They always look like ponies or dogs or something. Where did my eraser go? Guys, I just did all this organizing last night. I built like this, like, you see that, like, pencil holder kind of thing, so I can, like, be a little bit more optimized instead of having, like, all the pencils just on the desk over there that I use. I built, like, this kind of, like, rack system for, like, my most used utensils. Healthy competition is good. There's no shortage of good artists out there. They have nothing to do with your and your growth, you know? Yeah. I understand. I agree, basically. But, you know. Now I can hear like hydraulics outside my house. Like, I think they really are working on something out there. It's like, why can't I just draw for like 8 hours a day without ever being disturbed, you know? I've designed my life in a way to accommodate that, and it's like, I heard from a buddy at an art school said learning to draw horses would make you be able to draw anything since you're studying intensely in regards to anatomy, but I haven't tested that theory yet. Yeah, horses are hard, dude. My horses look like they either look like ponies or dogs, or they never look like kind of like what I was going for, sort of. So, yeah, horses are they're as difficult as humans. The other thing, the thing about horses, like compared to like lions and tigers, is there's no room for cheating. Like with a lion or tiger, they're kind of stretchy. They're kind of like drawing like a venom, right? Like you can kind of like just, you know, say that, you know, you can kind of over exaggerate things and it looks fine, but a horse is like kind of like a stiff thing. Like you got to just know how to do it. So like yeah, it's horses are they're way more difficult, and they have like a very complicated structure to them. I don't know. I can draw the head of I used to be able to draw the head of the horse pretty convincingly, and like the eye and stuff. Not saying that I can't do it. I would just have to like go back to it and like sit here for like 40 hours and like until I got it back down. I just don't draw horses a lot. If I were to draw like an army and there was horses, you'd notice that the horses look kind of they would look kind of off compared to everything else. I like the crazier interpretation of Venom. Deb Berghardt says, "Hello, Master. You don't have to call me I do appreciate it, but you don't have to call me Master. Just I'm just a drawing enjoyer. But I do appreciate it. I appreciate the glaze. I don't want my ego to run away with that idea. Yeah, you're pretty hard. They're pretty hard to draw. I'm always amazed how artists are able to draw really fine details on horses. What's going on here? We're just doing a little spawn. Just doing a little spawn today. I'm telling you guys, you should check out. I've been recommending this for a while now, but you guys should check out Anatomy for Sculptors. I keep it open at all times. They have like fantastic 3D models. Some of them being free, which is like awesome. And then with how crazy his cape gets, I can get really really wild with like the chains and the cape and stuff. That's what I love about Spawn is his how versatile and dynamic you can make his sort of like. Oh, I mean, people call you master. No, I don't blame them. It's just Dab. Dab calls me master. I appreciate it, but you don't have to do that. Although I appreciate the glaze. Don't get me wrong. All right, let me look at YouTube chat. Make sure I didn't miss anything. It's just that I'm looking at references, so I'm probably not going to be looking at YouTube chat. Sorry. Okay, dang, there's the coolest Spawn drawing I've seen in a long time. Josh does art. I appreciate that, man. Sorry, I wasn't looking YouTube chat. Slipknot says, hi. Anyone like grilled cheese sandwiches? Yeah, me. Master, I wish people would say to me, my lord. I think my lord would be a good... It's a good start. We can start there and then work up from there. And then, like, slowly work towards Emperor, and then something like a god, you know, something kind of like a god, or, I don't, you know. I could like I have to Master of Disaster. I have to watch my ego. I know it'll run away if people start calling me master. I gotta like can't have that. Dang, now that's what I want for breakfast. Yeah, pickle's pretty nice. I like having sauerkraut on the side. You know what? I do enjoy pickled stuff and sauerkraut. Yeah, I enjoy that kind of stuff. Sometimes I didn't buy any pickles, but this time. But usually I'll have a jar of pickles sitting right next to me just for getting through the stream because it's so nice to. I'm telling you, I'm convinced that if you just took the pickle juice and dumped a bunch of sugar in there and caffeine, that's basically how energy drinks are made. If you think, oh, add fizz to it. I think basically most energy drinks is just like pickle juice with like a ton of sugar and caffeine and fizz in there. And you're just tricked into thinking you're drinking something other than that. Actually, this is turning out pretty well. I'm kind of surprised at how well this is going, considering I don't draw a spawn really. I mean, like, you know, I think I had practice with Superman, even though Superman is different, but I mean, like just drawing sort of like hyper. You know what? Maybe if this disaster rocket with gun, maybe I will go out and buy a Spawn comic book just to have. You know, another comic book I really liked is Hellboy. I think Hellboy is like very cool. If I'm being honest, oops, I broke my lid. If I'm being honest, I enjoy the aesthetics of Hellboy, and I don't know why they ever stopped making those movies. You guys remember the Hellboy movies? Were they not like the best? And it wasn't actually like a good comic book movie. And then it just I don't know if it just fizzled out or what, but was it Guillermo del Toro that made that? I believe somebody said that to me. I don't know if it's true. I don't want to spread misinformation, but and it kind of makes sense when you look at Pan's Labyrinth and like why that movie was so good. He like created like this really good thing, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that, but and so I can always the nice thing about this, like from what I'm seeing in like the comic books, is like there's like he has like a lot of ripped cloak kind of stuff going on, so I can always like kind of Mike Mignola is an incredible artist. I keep going on about him. Yeah, I really like his style. Even though it's like on the opposite spectrum of my style, I really appreciate. I think it's like because I draw the way I draw, when I see like somebody like that, it's almost like refreshing to the eye to see a style that is like directly not opposed, but in the opposite direction style wise. But yeah, I really enjoy his stuff. Yeah, Guillermo del Toro directed Hellboy 1 and 2. Yeah, and it makes sense, right? When you look at his other movies, he does a really good job with like creating this sense of you being in that place. Like I don't know, things don't move too fast. If you watch Pan's Labyrinth and like like I don't know how to describe it. You just feel like it's a real place, and he's like really good at that, I think. So not that Guillermo, not that people don't know this. Obviously, I think stylistically, I don't know anything about anything in terms of movies. Like I barely can remember any actors' names or anything. But I would say he's probably like he now that I know who made those movies and I'm connecting the dots, I'm gonna go out on the limb and say he's maybe like my favorite like director. Yeah, I finished open. I sat here, and I bought myself some beer, and I was like I was finishing, what is now called Open Front. That last thing I was drawing. And honestly, it kind of didn't. It came out a little bit less than I wanted it to be. I still really like the picture, but I think something went wrong. I think it's the way I was using pastels or something. I need to I don't know what it is. I haven't like completely figured it out yet. But that picture, maybe like it kind of didn't fully. I didn't fully squeeze everything I wanted out of that picture, and so yeah, I don't know. It didn't really quite reach the heights that I was going for, if that makes sense. Like it just didn't. It felt like there was. It was almost profound. It almost had like that sense of like like saying something really cool, but it just wasn't quite there, if that makes sense. I think when I was observing it, part of it is like the way I edited it in Krita, and it was like by the time I got done, it was like 1 a.m. So you know what I mean. I was like pretty tired. But yeah, like I spent basically after taking care of all my dog responsibilities, I spent like basically rest of the day till 1 in the morning just kind of tinkering with that picture. There's an incredible alien comic called Alien Salvation with art from Mike Mignola. It should be turned into a movie. Oh really? Well, let me copy that really quick. Alien comic books called Alien Salvation. Alien Salvation with uh let me put I'll actually look that up. I'll actually look that up. Alien Salvation, Mike. I like how Google pretends like it doesn't know what I'm saying. Magnolia. It's like Google is getting dumber every day. Okay, I found it. Uh. Oh, that man. That I'm looking at the cover right now, and it already looks really good. It already looks really good. I'm sold. How do I buy this? How do I don't understand. How do I don't understand. Why did I just lose that? Wait, is this the entire comic book? Wait, he has the entire comic book online? I really like Mike Mignolia's art style. Like I really like it a lot. Alright, I'm gonna have to look into that. I'll keep that in my tabs. I'm actually gonna look into this. Normally when I put stuff in the tab I forget and I just you know I get tired and sleepy. But yeah, this is actually really, really good. I like it. Sorry guys, I gotta look stuff up really quick. Alright. You probably could read it for free online somewhere. Lots of comics books online now are free. Now for free. Yeah. I do want to like support the industry. I mean, I feel like it's not a horrifically, like prohibitively, like it's not like an insanely expensive hobby. Like if you're just like kind of like buying a thing here or there. But then again, I just don't need more like hobbies and stuff. I need to chill out with like finding new ways to spend money. Man, some of these cover arts are so cool to look at. I'm just trying to look for like common themes so I don't get something wrong. I want to like average, a good average of what he looks like. So, sorry YouTube chat, if you guys are typing in there, just know that I love you. I just can't look at YouTube chat right now because I have to use that monitor. By the way, Foros, when you finish drawing Spawn, are you planning to color it? No, I usually don't color things. Just kind of go with the flow on it. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm like, I have some weird, not even color blindness, but something like that. I'm not sure what's going on with colors, really. Okay, so that would be covered up, but he does look like he has like lots of chains around the hip kind of area. He has like kind of like chains and stuff here, which is always very fun. Okay, the lead is not gonna, okay. I have to refill the lead really quick. What the? YouTube chat. Are you guys still alive on YouTube? I saw Spawn in the cinema. It had a really good soundtrack. God, I wish they would just let me play. I wish they would just let me play those soundtracks. You know what I mean? I don't know why they can't recognize the greatness and just hook me up with like all the Hollywood music for my stream. It's like, I get it, you guys like put a lot of money and effort into it, but doesn't mean I shouldn't be able to use it now. These days I see people on YouTube who collect 4K Ultra HD Blu-rays. They're so expensive, especially the collector's editions. Yeah, I know better than to do that. I know better. Is this a Band of Brothers? I thought the exact same thing. It's not Band of Brothers. It sounds very much like it. Trust me, that would be cool. But no, it's from Stronghold Crusader. Doesn't it sound like World War II? Like that kind of like... It does sound like kind of World War II-ish Americana. But no, that's not from that movie. Everyone thinks it's either Prometheus or Band of Brothers, and I completely sympathize and understand, but no. It sounds like a lot of things, actually. It could be a piece of, like, real classical music. Like, that's kind of like what it sounds like. Let's go down here. I'm gonna, like, kind of work on these chains a little bit. Lull the flute, yeah. We're gonna draw some... It's been nice lately that the temperatures, at least in the morning, are like a little bit more humane. So that's been like very, very... I've been very appreciative, at least waking up in the morning and having like 3 hours where you're not in hell. You're not directly teleported to hell when you wake up. And I think it's like reflected on my quality of sleep, if I'm being honest. Even though the air conditioner, like I have an air conditioner in that room, like a window unit, it still isn't. It's still not the same as like sleeping in an actual cold room. You know, I don't know. It's a different vibe when it's an actual cold morning. I actually think I enjoy the winter the most because you don't have to mow the lawn. It's cold in the morning, obviously, but also like on top of all that, I think if it wasn't for like the grim darkness of winter, if it wasn't just constantly dark at 4 p.m., like pitch black at 4 p.m., I think I would prefer winter. I just don't like how it's just like the eternal darkness. See, I'm trying to, like, as I'm drawing him out, I'm trying to kind of pay attention to, like, things look very cool in the beginning. Like, in the sketch phase, they look super dynamic and cool, right? And as you begin to render, the coolness and all that, like, kind of starts to fade away as things get, like, more perfected. And I'm trying to, like, pay attention to, like, why is that happening? Like, how do I trust these more loose lines and kind of, like, maintain the loose kind of, like, energy? Your pieces have all been amazing for us. Oh, thank you, Slinkmeister. Appreciate the stop by. Thank you, thank you. I've been drawing a lot, so. But yeah, I'm trying to like look at my art and understand why the sketch looks so good and like have that raw energy, and like I want to like capture that and maintain it throughout. But it tends to lose a little bit of that spice as you move forward and kind of like render things out. So I'm trying to like. I want it to kind of have the same energy, like raw energy of the beginning, and just kind of hold on to that. Well, yeah, you have, and it's always impressive. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm just getting glazed by everyone today. Like, just thank you. So yeah, I knew as soon as I did like one superhero, people would be like asking for more superheroes, and I would be like start to go down the superhero. Not that I mind it, it's just I don't know. I do like to. I actually like this guy a lot, Spawn a lot, because he's such a creative and dynamic character. You can get really, you know, this guy's really fun to draw. If I do another one, it'll be probably Venom. I kind of want to do the whole like his the guy inside the suit, like when the suit gets punched off of him, you see like half his face, and the other is like sort of still has that creature on him, that kind of like being succumbed by the suit kind of idea. I think I wanna capture that energy. I can do like a decent Venom. I want to do like something kind of like really cool with it. Let's see. Oh yeah. Sorry guys, I gotta put this in my descript. I'm using music that I'm allowed to use, but I gotta give this guy credit for it really quick. The way I don't get YouTube on me. Looks like his right bicep. Okay, that's his right bicep. He has this thing kind of going on. And it looks like that's his left leg. We don't see that here. Wait, that's his right leg. Wait, that's his left leg. Okay, so that would be here. He's got like some sort of equipment here on his leg. And another thing of chain, another thing of spikes here. What else? Am I missing anything else? I think I'm good. The only thing I kind of didn't do right is like these things should go back down his sides right here with the white. But I kind of really like the way this looks right now. I wonder if I can like, I wonder if I can find an example and kind of cheese my way out of this situation. Let me see if I can see a version of him where that's not drawn that way. Okay, so it does kind of. Okay, it does kind of. Hmm. It does go down that way. Okay. It's just I really like the way this kind of looks here. I guess I could, like, if it wraps around, if this is the chest muscle, and it wraps back around here, we could say that it goes down there, and like that would visually be compelling. It's just I really want it to be like on the, like, kind of really emphasizing the sort of the whatever the chest muscles are called. Okay. Actually, I'm kind of thinking about. I feel like these chains down here, they kind of need to be a little bit more big, like over exaggerated. I think I'm kind of losing out on a little bit of action here by not making them like a little bit more comic-y, like just kind of bigger chain links here. I feel like. I'm almost like not doing it. I feel like I'm not doing it justice. I think that looks a little bit better. think I'm gonna have like, with this energy kind of like going that way, with him looking that way, I'm thinking maybe I should have like sort of a series of chains like going up like that, like, you know what I mean, from like this angle up, like following kind of like this trajectory. All right, back to looking at YouTube comments. Do you use blueprints or freehand everything? This is all freehand. I do use, like, I had to look at Spawn to like remember what the costume was like. But no, this is all freehand. Thank you for the comment, though, Heaven. I could add like this area. I could like add chains in the foreground just for giggles. I feel like a chain right here would be nice, but just in the foreground, like a bigger chain in the foreground. I don't know why I feel compelled to do that, but I kind of am feeling that energy right now. And then that'll be like really darkened, you know what I mean? And then, I don't know, I feel like it should be like that, kind of like supporting that hand a little bit, supporting that energy there, like so. I think that's gonna work. I think that's gonna work. Just kind of loosely draw some links really quick. I noticed recently, well, with this character I have to, but recently I've been like kind of reaching for the chain thing a lot, which I enjoy doing a lot. Future oil painter, finished my last oil painting, but not happy about the hands because on the reference image the hands look smaller, hidden in shadows. Might go back at some point to modify it. Yeah, I hate that. Dude, I had the small hand problem for years, and I think I'm just now on the precipice of like getting out of that. I just couldn't draw. Like I almost like forced myself to draw hands like comedically big, because otherwise they're just like these little hands. And then, like, here's what I do. I look at the hand and I'm like, what would that look like if you put it over the character's face, right? Your hand should you kind of know how big a hand is versus face, and I'm like, no, wait, that's way too small. Like that wouldn't even cover like, it's like 2/3 of his face. You should be able to like cover your face, I think, or so, you know what I mean, like an approximation. So I just go like I just draw the biggest hands I can without it being like ridiculous, because I tend to draw like little hands, and that's been a that's been a lifetime struggle basically, the little hand syndrome. So I completely understand. Obviously, with a character like this, I can have like really big hands, and it's not bad because he's sort of, he's sort of like you can get silly with Spawn, I feel like. If anybody knows who the artist is who did like the artwork for Dishonored, I think that whoever that guy is. Oh, Vince Nine, hi, welcome. I think whoever the artist is, and I'm really ashamed not to know this, but I think I've even seen his Instagram, and like the artwork for Dishonored, I think that style is hands down, without question, like my favorite artist. He does these over exaggerated large hands. And like the facial structure, the costume design, the way, like everything is just like amazing across the board. I love everything about it. But yeah, like whoever did the artwork for Dishonored, like the main artist, I'm not even sure if it was just one, but like that stuff is amazing. Liam McDoo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I think that chain is looking good. It's like kind of coming at us and everything. I think that's worked out really well. Okay. So Neo, I think I got a couple things to work with this. I kind of want to work on this a little bit. I gotta look more at this hand piece thing that he's got going on. Kind of look at some details on that. But yeah, so far I'm liking this. This is not turning out half bad. I think I can do a little bit more with a cape, maybe. I think my cape game has been getting a little bit better. I love doing capes because it just adds so much to. I want to one day be like the best cape drawer. Like that's my goal, is to just hands down be like the best cape guy. But we're working on it. Michael E. Pritchard says, "Looking good," with a question mark. Are you asking me? Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Hold on, I gotta look at the hand thing I'm about to draw. This, he's got this. Oh, now I can't find a picture of it. Okay, here's another picture of it. It's like this claw thing. I mean, every artist draws it pretty different. Like, I'm seeing a lot of variation in it. So, I feel like I'm at liberty to get silly with it. Because if I'm seeing, like, if I'm seeing that much difference between, like, one take to the other, I think we can kind of get creative with in terms of... I'm also... Well, this picture is really impressive. I'm seeing, like, versions of him where there's, like, chains going across his body in crazy ways. I don't think I'm gonna add more things to it. I don't want to I feel like I'm at max busyness, and if I add more busy stuff, it's gonna like start to deteriorate. So what I'm gonna do is not do that. Avoid that mistake. I think I'm at max busy kind of like for my skill level. So I'm gonna kind of focus on just the cape. He's got. I really like that he's got a lot of like random cape stuff going on, and you can. It's like it's pretty. It seems like there's a lot of window for. I think that looks pretty cool. Okay. Okay. I need to go back to find. I need to go back and find that one picture where there was a more clear visual on the hand hook kind of thing. I don't even really need it. I just think like in the way he's sitting, I think it's going to really help. Images. Okay. Okay, that's the one I was looking at, I think. Okay, took me straight to Amazon. think I'm on the right track. I think I just need to kind of define things more. I think I'm on the right track. Although I kind of have a little bit of an instinct, like I want to pull this back some. This hook thing, I kind of want to make it a little bit more crazy and like pull it back a little bit. Sort of going along the perimeter of the cape, kind of like supporting that, you know what I mean? Like, I think that that's going to work a little bit better. I hope, I think. Oh, sorry about that, or I was asking your inner critic what it thinks. Sorry, I wasn't, sorry for the YouTube, not paying attention to YouTube chat, I was looking at references. But I think I think we're home free now. I can draw freely now. I pretty much got all the little nitpicky details out of the way. I wanna make sure I gotta put these ammo pouches here. Did he ever do, why does he have like equipment bags on him? Does he ever dual wield weapons? Or am I just hallucinating that out of my false imagination? For some reason in my mind I can see him holding 2 Berettas. But I don't know if I'm just, my mind is just like making that version of reality up. I think Spawn is going to be, like, I think it's going to be better than the Superman one because Spawn is a little bit more organic for me to draw. He's more, like, not cartoony, but you know what I mean. He's more like a, how would you say it? He's just more fun, I guess. I'm gonna bring that down some for myself here so I can like work on his eyes. Gotta get the eyes right. Looks like his eyes are basically always glowing from what I can see. So we'll have to emphasize that too. I built a little rack for my pencils right next to me so I don't have to sift through like I would just sit here and like a rat just like look for the pencil I needed. So I built a little for those who haven't seen it, I built a little rack for myself so I don't have to be like a rat-like creature like looking all around for like the one pencil that I need. This is what I did last night. Okay. What was about to do? Oh yeah, I gotta sharpen this up. Oh yeah, I did end up finding this bad boy, so I'm gonna be using that to sharpen. I did notice. Let me take my garbage out really quick. It's almost full. These blades are hella sharp though. Hella sharp. Alright. Back to looking at YouTube chat. I like that lizard creature on the tree in a slideshow. Thank you. Michael E. Pritchard, I think I've seen you on Erwin's Puppet live stream. You got a new subscriber, Omar911. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the subscribe. That's legit. Was the shelf made from cardboard? Yeah. I just did like the most basic kind of cardboard build you can, like. Wait, why is this not working as well as it was last night? Yeah, like, but this was really working well last night, and now it's like not working. Maybe it's because that part of the blade is dull now. I'm always like nervous about snapping off the blade though. Are you supposed to be doing that with your hands? Let me go get a thing to like snap off the blade, because I'm like, whenever I do it with my hands, it feels like something's gonna go super wrong. I'm gonna go get like pliers and break it off. I think it's just dull. I think that's why it's not working. Luckily, I found this in 2.5 seconds because I also managed to organize my tool drawer in my kitchen. My sort of quick tools. I just don't like doing this with my hands because I'm like, there's no way I'm not gonna like accidentally snap something and like cut an artery or something. Not to get overly dark about it. And all right, you see that? Doesn't it feel like something's gonna fly in your eye? Where's my biohazard box? All right. I hope you guys were entertained by me risking my life for your entertainment just now. What type of pencils do you use or recommend? I mean, I talk about it a lot. It kind of depends on your style and like where you want to go with it. I don't have any, you know, you just gotta make work for you. What, you know. The problem with like me, I'm gonna write my pencils down in the description eventually. It's just that the problem with me doing that is that it's not so much that there's a right or wrong pencil. It just depends on like your own like journey of finding the right pencils and trying things out for your style and like kind of developing your own system. You know, it's not, you know, I can tell you all the pencils and I am gonna put it down in the description eventually, but that stuff doesn't like really matter all that much because you'll eventually, as you draw, you'll try this or that and move in that direction. So it's not really, you're not gonna end up in the same place as I am as like what you prefer to use. But after I sharpen this, we can talk about pencils once I sharpen this. Erwin Papa's a comic book artist. He does a lot of inking comics on live stream. Vince9, hi. Did I miss your comment or did I? Sorry if I missed your comment from before. I thought I said hi to you. I hope it's going well, Vince9. Yeah, this blade is hella sharp. You gotta be careful with this. I need to go buy another one actually. It's running out of blades. It looks like these are replaceable, but I'd be lying if I said where I knew the rest of them were. Do you ever use blue or red pencils for sketch and then detail with lead or only lead? That's an interesting concept. Also, do you use charcoal pencils? Yes. Yeah, I use compressed charcoal. I have white. This is I believe a charcoal. This white is a charcoal. Yes, I use a little bit of pastels, mostly just regular mechanical pencils for the main bulk of the work. But I think that last picture, it kind of got diluted. I think I went too hard with the pastels, and it kind of lost a little bit of that zest that I usually put into the pictures. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I need to go back to doing mostly pencil and just add those tools in a little bit instead of trying to reinvent my style. Like, I was trying to go in that, like, I thought the pastels were going to be, like, the answer to everything. Because I like how you can kind of, like... I don't know, it's sharpening. I can see the stuff flying off, but, like, for some reason, the white charcoal takes the longest to sharpen and the fastest to dull back down. It's like, why can't you just be like other pencils and behave? Frank Xiao. Frank Xiao. Good morning. Good morning, Frank Xiao. Are you gonna rework the future desert image? No, it's done. We're moving on into the future. We just make the mistakes we make and we just keep moving on. But I'm gonna do another one like that. I really like that sort of desert dystopia, survival of small clans or something, a diesel punk kind of vibe, you know. I like that vibe ever since I played Mad Max. There was a Mad Max game. I don't know if you guys knew that, but So yeah, we'll revisit that topic of the World War One diesel punk world. But we're not gonna rework that piece in particular. It seems like people like it. It's just I personally didn't. I think it lost a little bit of that zest. I could go back and like kind of like just keep rendering it, and I could like, you know, get what I want. So, I don't know why this is taking so long, guys. I'm really sorry. I don't know. I can see the shavings coming off, but it's like taking a lifetime to get this to be like where I want it to be. Because I'm gonna be doing like the little eyes. See, like the eyes, I'll add color in. Like I'll make them yellowish, but the rest of the picture, I have a tolerance for 1 or 2 colors per picture. That's as far as I go. See, it's still not really like as sharp as I want it to be. I'm just gonna have to go heavy duty with this. I think we're there now. I have to just remember not to stab myself later. Sorry, I think the music was way out of hand. Okay. Have you seen Stargate? My mom is a huge Stargate fan. That's all she talks about. It would be cool to have a desert scene where a group of people discovers some kind of alien artifact, like a Stargate. Yeah, those are cool. Yeah. This stream is a scam. All he does is sharpen pencils. That's half the. That's how I like, guys. I gotta eat up. I gotta like find a way to eat up time without working. I promise. I was sitting here building my little pencil rack and sharpening pencils, but I'm telling you, these white charcoal pencils, they're deceitful in how fast they dull down, and it takes a really long time. And you have to be careful because they're brittle, so you just have like this trifecta effect where you just can't win with them. Did you build a rack on stream? Quick question mark. No, I did it. I did it while drinking beer. That's why it looks like the way it does. It was just a quick, cheap way of optimizing my workspace without, so I don't have to like be a little like rat and like look through all the pencils. I need like I forget about things I don't see. If it's not in front of me, I like slowly forget about it. I need like a visual like way of seeing what's in front of me, and then put the most important tools here so I don't have to look for them. What type of paper do you use? Strathmore tan paper? Yeah, I'll show you guys. I really need to start getting checks from this company because I've been pushing them really hard for like a year. So I'll show you guys just because I like to show things. But this is what you're gonna want to be looking for. This is what it looks like. Just so you know, like, and make sure if you order on Amazon, make sure it's a 9x12. I've accidentally ordered like 12x24, and got this huge thing, and I'm like, ugh, God. Like I always order the wrong paper, so make sure you pay attention to the size you're ordering if you're gonna do it online. I still have my giant pad somewhere that I'm never gonna use. I think it's on the staircase over there. I see comic book artists use Strathmore Bristol board. I I'm pretty sure I've like used it. Is it like cardboard kind of paper? I think part of why the raw feeling goes away when you like start to render out a sketch is like all these little lines that are supporting the energy, let's say. Let's phrase it that way. Like all these like little lines, they kind of tend to fade into the background. And maybe that's the trick, is I need to like maintain these like little lines that are kind of imperfect, but they sort of add like a little bit of flair. Maybe that's why I haven't like quite put my finger on it yet, but maybe I just need to kind of reinforce them as I render and like let them be. And I kind of want that sketch feeling as I approach the, because I tend to render things out, and in that I lose some of the essence, I think. Bristol for ink, it's a very smooth paper. Oh, okay. Crosshatch. Okay. I for some reason I thought it was like the opposite. I thought it was like a cardboardish kind of paper. Do you use white charcoal pencil over white gel pen? No, I don't. No. I don't use like pens and markers and stuff like that. There's another type of paper I've seen called vellum. It sounds epic. I use vellum paper. It does sound very epic just to say it. So it must be good. I will be sure to look into that paper then. Honestly, the paper looks see-through. I think if I do harder lines on this one, it'll end up looking comic booky, which is actually fine. Maybe I'll try to emulate that style a little bit. Just kind of... I heard somewhere, I don't know if this is true. I heard somewhere that recently they've been doing like those geological studies on the under the pyramids, and they found that there's like a bunch of there's more building under the pyramids. Apparently it goes down like super far. I don't know if has anyone else heard about that. What type of hardness you use for charcoal pencils and mechanical pencils? Well, I think this one is a B2. This one's a B2, my main one. I think whatever's in here, you know, just I think this is maybe a harder lead for this one. I don't use this one as much anymore because I kind of moved on to the 0.2 millimeter. But this is like an 8B like that I used for like initial sketching. I really like this pencil. It's very soft lead, but this is a regular pencil. And then as far as like the charcoal, like I mean this is just straight up compressed charcoal. It's just like pure blackness. So I don't know how you would quantify that. But yeah, 8B, 2B, just wherever I need to kind of land. I kind of have a mix of whatever I kind of need. Yes, that actually is the case, Nick. You're not only one who heard about that. Not surprised, really. No, I just recently heard about that. Maybe that's where all the alien ships are going to be that we've been looking for so long. There's more levels to the pyramids. That's interesting. I would like to see a doc about what's down there. Maybe there's an underground river. I hope so. Whoa, what if the Egyptian Empire never... what if they all, like, they redirected the... You know how the Nile River, they say, like, possibly why they kind of, like, fizzled out as not an empire, but a civilization is because of, like, the lack of water. What if they never... What if it never went away? What if they redirected it underground and build cities under there? And they're just having a great time building spaceships underground. Too tired to deal with aliens? Oh my god, impulsive creature, thank you. I appreciate the raid. Let me do a quick shout out really quick. Shout out, Impulsive creature. Thank you so much for the raid, man. How's your guys' stream? I'm just saying, like, I just want there to be more to the pyramid thing. I don't want it to be like, I don't want it to end with the whole, you know, they just built it and whatever. Some say it's a giant energy production facility. Doubt, press F for doubt. Oh, thank you for the emojis. But if they went underground, if they all went underground, I think they're just living it up, you know. I think my experimentation for this piece is going to be reinforcing these little sketch lines so they don't disappear. And not over render to kind of try and maintain that, like, how's it going? How are you? Oh, I'm doing really good, thank you. I'm having a great morning. Plus, the pyramid is symmetrical. Well, honestly, for the pyramid to have been formed only by humans would be impressive, seeing as they would need some intelligent to lead. My only sort of criticism of the pyramids is that they built something impressive that can't fall over. I just feel like, you know what I mean? I feel like it's one of those constructions that, like, if you give somebody enough time, they'll do it. Like, obviously, like, getting those boulders up there is a question mark. Like, how did they do that part? But the problem is like the pyramids can't fall over. So it makes me question, like, how hard is it really? Like, I don't know. It's like I feel like they built a giant base, or like they built a little pyramid, then they put a perimeter around that one, and then did the layers up, like a 3D printing kind of thing, and until they like slowly built it up. It can't fall over. You can't fail. You just need a lot. You just need to get those boulders up there somehow, and you get them up there with alien ships. Something is spawning out of your canvas. Nice. They say there was giants. Nice. That's the other thing, is giants. Back then, their proof of the steps and weapons they would use, because the fallen angels mated with humans, creating the giants. They found, like, somewhere in Europe, they found, like, these, like, little stone huts that were built out of, like, these very big, like, it doesn't, like, it's really strange. It's like, it does seem like the stones that are, it's like literally like a little square with a hole in it, and they found like these in Europe somewhere, and it does seem questionable that, like, it does make you consider the giants theory, a little bit. Like, I'm a little bit sympathetic to it, just because I'm like, you know, I don't know, but were there giants? I mean, if an average height back then was like 4'9" or something, and then you see someone that's like 8 feet tall, maybe that's where all the giant myths came from. You know what I mean? Like, just the difference between humans, but also, were there giants like 12-footers? Possibly. It was magnets. Plus mountains would definitely be one of their fossilized bodies. There's also records of soldiers encountering one and taking it down. I think that's the problem with, like, giants, is like people are scared of them, and like little people will always hate on giants. They will always like find a reason to, you know what I mean? Like, they're gonna be you're the most visible. You need to consume a lot of food to sustain yourself, so I think it makes sense why giants wouldn't like really exist, just because it's like, bro, I can see you, I can still see you, and they're scary, so every tribe is gonna gang up on people who are like 12 feet tall, you know? I mean, that's just my theory. That's why they're not here anymore. Jealousy and hatred. The biggest pyramid in the world is the Great Pyramid of Cholula in Mexico. Not by height, but by volume. I believe it. That's another thing I kind of want to go see. Those people seem like they were onto something. It's weird how some I don't know. It's weird how like some civilizations have like these great sort of projects, and they build incredible sort of things, but then they also like mix in human sacrifice. I don't know what to think about that. Like, you know. But I'm open to almost anything. I'm just saying. People are afraid of the unexplained when they have only been spoon-fed their own reality. True. They say dragons exist. I believe in the dragons. I totally believe in dragons. Here's why. There's no reason. Okay, because do cows produce methane? Answer, yes. They produce a gas that can be lit, right? So who's to say there was not a flying reptilian creature that that was able to produce some sort of concentrated form of methane? And, you know, you can, like, in life, you know those rocks you can hit to produce a spark? Okay, so if you add those two concepts, like some kind of a bone structure that can produce a spark, right? Internally in the throat system as it pushes out the methane. So like we solved that problem, right? So like the fire breathing dragon is totally, in my opinion, sort of viable. I don't have any evidence for any of this. I'm just saying that like I think dragons are well within sort of like realistic kind of but let me read the rest of that comment. Existed because they stopped writing about them, but the volcanoes in the map look like dragon fossils, and when they explode, it's the dragon fire. I'm not sure about all that, but I just think to me the dragon, like a flying reptilian. Okay, were there pterodactyls? Yes. So a flying reptilian can exist. Do animals produce methane? Yes. So if both of those are biological norms, I don't see why there couldn't be a biological life form that flies, is reptilian, and can shoot fire. I think, as ridiculous as that sounds, it's not totally outside of like norms of reality to me. Seeing as if I remember correctly, a knight named Squird apparently slayed one. I don't know if we ever coexisted with them. I'm just saying, in theory, I don't know. Maybe there was. I mean, it is a little strange that every culture has their own version of dragons. At Chinese, Europeans, like those are just two. But like it seems like all the major civilizations have some tales of dragons, and so before they interacted with each other, maybe I might have made that part up. But I'm just saying, like, coincidence? I don't think so. I mean, look at lightning bugs, right? They have a chemical reaction in their not torso, but their abdomen, right, or whatever, and they can produce light through a chemical reaction. How that doesn't get all of them killed, I don't know. Although, to be fair, I haven't seen any lightning bugs in the last few years, which is a little worrying. But if things like that can exist, it's not too much of a stress for me personally that dragons could have existed. Unicorns exist. Unicorns are one-horned animals, and rhinos are considered unicorns. But wait, rhinos are considered unicorns, but then later got turned into a fairy tale about a horse. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. I just don't know. There's no living animal that can produce fire, though. No, I'm saying you're right. There is not an animal that can. I'm just saying there are animals that produce methane in their body, and there are animals that do other things that are weird. So I just think that it's within the biological rule set that I could see something like that happening. People are probably thinking, does this guy actually draw, or does he just talk about dragons the whole time? Charmander, exactly. Have you heard of Pokemon? They breathe fire. I wouldn't say that. There are animals around the world that have been discovered, plus some really good at hiding. They even found animals that was supposed to go extinct but haven't. Yeah, those are fun. Uh, there's been records of shark actually swimming in a volcano, reiterate in lava. Lava sharks. I'm just saying, like once I found out about dolphins having a human bone structure within a fin, which is let's say quite the scientific paradox, right? Because you wouldn't necessarily need a very complicated bone structure for a fin. That like evolutionary doesn't like make sense for them to develop a complicated system for a fin. I'm just saying, there's all kinds of weird things. Like for a bat, it makes sense. Their wing is designed around the human hand structure, but it makes sense for that to be complicated the way they function. A dolphin doesn't need, it can just be some bone and cartilage and it would work the same. So there's all these scientific contradictions that put question marks on things and just open doors in terms of like what could be, in my mind. Again, I'm not claiming anything. I'm just saying that indeed agreed. I was thinking the same. Do you remember the movie? As I do remember the movie as well. Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Stream is a scam. I've been saying this the whole time. Guys, I gotta eat up time somehow, right? And it's not gonna be just drawing. A lot of it is just talking to chat and showing you what pencils I use over and over again. I really need to put it in the description. Not because I don't want to talk about it. It's just that, you know, I can just refer people down there eventually. I just don't want. I'm trying to maintain my like little lines here, like I was talking about. I'm trying to make sure I don't lose the dynamicness of the sketch. So I'm trying to like make sure the little lines that I feel like add that rawness, I'm not losing them as I render things out. So it's gonna look a little bit more comic booky, hopefully. Are you live on Twitch? Yes. I also I stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. But in terms of the pyramids, I very much would like to find out what's under them. I hope it ends up being like, kind of like in Alien 1 where they find the space jockey. I hope it's something like that. I hope it's a space jockey under there. I just rewatched Alien 1, and actually when they find the space jockey, they find that his chest has been bursted open. So there's a half space jockey, half alien out there somewhere right now. UFO, yeah. Faro's verse, yeah. My universe. Listen, I'm not like losing sleep over this stuff. I'm just open to concept. I'm not like thinking that there's dragons and aliens. I just like to ponder on these things, and you know, I think it's interesting. There's hidden tribes. They don't want any connection to humans, etc. So we never know, honestly. Bro, I'm telling you, if there's a lost civilization that lives underground, maybe they redirected the Nile River so they can like hide and go further underground. I believe it, or at least like I that would be an interesting movie, you know. There's like I was watching this thing a while back. There's like these there are like fish they can like burrow in mud and create like a cocoon around themselves, and they like okay, so they make a cocoon, right? And they have a like a layer of water, and they go into hibernation, and they can exist like that for a super long time, which makes me think like there could be eggs somewhere in the earth from like multi 100,000 years from the past, whatever, of like a bug a bug faction that if we ever come across them and we open those eggs, it could wipe out humanity. They're just in hibernation from, you know, you guys have seen pictures of those giant centipedes, right, from that era. I'm just saying it's not totally out of the question that there's like huge bugs out there that like are just lying dormant under the earth. I know about the fish. Yeah. First Transit, yo, good afternoon. Good afternoon, First Transit. Thank you for stopping by, man. Good to see familiar faces. Or at least, well, I don't see your face, but you know what I mean. We're drawing Spawn today. That will be dope. Yeah. Somebody on Instagram that I like asked me to, like, they're like, can you do another superhero, like your take on other superheroes? And I'm like, okay, I'll do it. And Spawn was the one I've been thinking about more recently because he's so versatile and interesting. Like, because of his like sort of super powers, his cape is very dynamic. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do a Spawn. Mud skippers. That might be the one I was thinking of. If you freeze a fish, they just become hard and don't like move like lifeless, but then put them back in flowing water and they come back to life. How long can you freeze a fish and have it come back to life though? I'm sure there's gotta you can't like I mean I'm sure I know like they ran experiments on that or whatever. Like I know humans like if you're in like freezing water, you can survive longer without oxygen or whatever, but I don't know, I don't know how like what the I guess it makes sense for fish because like what are they doing in the river when it's winter, right? They're in a half frozen state, like somehow like they're not frozen because once you go so many feet underwater, you're not like things don't freeze, but they're definitely like somehow surviving all that. So I think that's interesting. What are those fish up to down there anyway? You know, what are they doing? I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. I turned the air conditioner on for the dog because it's starting to get warm in here. It's starting to get... I like this little music. Thank you. I didn't make it. I just steal it from the internet. I'm just kidding. I gave the guy credit, like it says. It says if a fish is frozen for too long or if the ice damages its cells, then the fish will die. So I'm guessing not very long because they won't eat or breathe. I think they just have to be at a certain spot where the temperature, right? Because they go through the entire winter. So I'm sure like they're in that hibernative state. They just can't be, like you said, to the cold to the point where the cells are taking damage, obviously. But yeah. But beyond that, you're good. I think the diversity of biolife on Earth is bewildering and very, very strange. It's really, it's hard for me to imagine that the universe is not teeming with life. It really, like, honestly, like it's hard for me to imagine that. I suspect that we're just wrong about. I just don't. It's too strange how it adapts to, like, every little nook and cranny of the desert, the ocean, even where you have like Chernobyl radiation. They find a way to exist in every nook and cranny of everywhere, and yet it's just empty outside of this planet. It's just endless void. I'm just saying, in that case, there are species of fish that have adaptation to survive being frozen. I'm sure. Life is everywhere, bro. I kind of believe that. I kind of believe that. I know we're told it's not, but I think the universe is teeming with life. I think it was just like the first thing they went with, and then they just kind of like had doubled down on the lie. Well, I don't know if they thought it was a lie. I don't think they're like lying about it. I do think there's vast openness. I just think like I just don't you know. And now it's like they're just too deep. Lol, they just don't want to save. We don't actually know what we're talking about, which is ridiculous. It's like what science is learning. Is there really planets in space, or just the sun and moon to help Earth when total darkness in space? I do. Yeah, I think that I think there are other planets in space, or just sun and moon to help Earth, then total darkness in space. Even the planets around us communicate in a way we are unable to perceive without technology to pick up the frequency. I think you're saying things that are too high concept for me. Planets communicating with each other? I just don't know. I think that's a little too high concept for me. I'm just not able to follow. I'm not saying it's not true. That's too far outside of my norm of what I can perceive. But wouldn't it be more fun if there was just endless gardens of life out there? I just think that would be more fun than endless void. Yeah, they pretty much are. Communicate is more like a way of freezing it. Like they say, trees talk to each other through their root system. They don't mean talk with words. Just tell big, explain it. Not freezing phrasing. I'm wondering if I should attempt the warmer highlights today. Because like I said, I picked up these. I stole these from my mom. They're basically the same thing as the white charcoal pencil, but well, not. These are pastels, but I believe, right? Yeah, pastels. And I kind of want to try doing highlights, but warmer. Like maybe do white and then work in the warmer colors. That's the argument she was making to improve. So I think that's what I'm gonna also attempt to introduce. At least pastels don't take as long to sharpen. Malaka Christopher. That looks badass. Thank you, Malaka Christopher. I appreciate that. But yeah. I don't know. There's just so many interesting things happening. Even on Earth. It's with the pyramids, having underground facilities, and you know. Nice style. I appreciate that, man. I think if I had a criticism for myself is like my style kind of moves too much. Like it's like the way I drew that alien that one day, the xenomorph. It looks so good, and I like can't replicate it. Well, I guess I can. I'm just saying like I don't know. I feel like from picture to picture, my kind of like style moves a little bit. Why use a blade instead of pencil sharpener? Oh, the pastels will just break. I'm pretty sure they're way too soft. And the pencil sharp, yeah, I don't know. I've never found. I've bought all kinds of pencil sharpeners, and I find that they just break the lead like 50% of the time. Like I don't know. That's been my experience. I'm way more consistent with just using my hands. At least in terms of like not destroying. Nothing wrong with that. It makes every piece unique. Well, that's true. Yeah, but I agree. I just wish I had like actual control over it. Sometimes I feel like it floats around a little bit, where it's like I want one thing and then it turns into another. But you know, I'm sure in like 10 years of practice, I'll get to the point where I draw with the style exactly like the way I want, and you know. I'm just more consistent sharpening this way. The pastel pencils are like also they're kind of comedically expensive, so I'm trying to not I'm trying to use them wisely. Well, I'm sure you'll do it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm sure I'll get there. I mean, there is like a consistency in my style, but you know, sometimes maybe I look at it too long. Maybe I'm like sort of staring at my own work to for so many hours that I can't see that it is like very similar. But I've been drawing for almost 20 years, and my styles shift a lot. But that's just me just being better at art. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to improve. Like, I don't overly focus on it, I just draw a lot. But I have seen improvement in the last year. There's been a shift towards improvement. So I'm pretty happy with the way things have, broadly speaking, I think things are going well in terms of getting better and stuff. So I'm pretty happy. I think I'm on a good track. I'm not where I want to be, but I'm on a good track, I think. So I'm just gonna do some white highlight, and then I'm gonna to kind of have that super bright highlight look, and then I'm gonna hit it with the warmer tone. It's like this is almost like the color of the paper, just brighter. Yatsuar, thank you so much. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. Built to flee. Nice, nice name. Thank you for the hi. For a second, I thought it was a Murbang. Then I realized you're sharpening something. A mukbang. Why use a blade? Oh, okay, I already read that. This will get darker. We'll tone down those highlights. I'm just kind of building the initial. I do really like the design he has on his chest. That those two lines, they really. Overhead's word. Overhead's word. Thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Bro, both Spawn and Venom have fantastic designs. Agree, yeah. I might do Venom next. Maybe not after this, like right after this, but I'll do Venom eventually. I might actually do lots of Venoms. I actually really enjoy Venom. Their flexibility, they have a lot of flexibility in their design. That's what I love. It's like this guy has a crazy cape. He has like a lot of crazy stuff going on that lets you just like kind of really flex. You know, you can like really flex. But Spider-Man 2, he's in there.
I wasn't here to see, but what do you use construction when you start? What do you use construction when you start? I just kind of riff. I'm not sure what you mean. I just kind of like loose sketch and just kind of like go with it, you know. I was looking at references for Spawn. Obviously, like I haven't looked at the character in years, so I had to kind of remind myself like what he looks like. But yeah, I just kind of like do body positions based on how like I feel. That's kind of how I grow my characters. I mean, yeah, I mean, as if you start with cubes and stuff. No, I don't do the cubes. I know what you're talking about. I don't do the cubes. I've never been a cube guy. I draw cubes when I draw spaceships and things of that nature. When I draw geometric, kind of like if I'm gonna do buildings or some kind of scenery, rocks, I do cubes for that. I do not do cubes. I don't know why. It's probably a good idea to do cubes, but I kind of do more of a sketchy style build for my body positions and things of that nature. Cool, that's some amazing spatial visualization. I appreciate that. I'm telling you, this white charcoal is just, you gotta like, it's like a workout getting this thing sharp. And you gotta just barely put enough pressure on it, like just enough, like just the weight of my hand, if that. Kamuwamu, hey man, welcome. How's your well, I guess it's not morning anymore. I started a little bit late. I needed to get my beauty sleep in. I stayed up really late finishing that last drawing, so I was kind of pooped out. I needed extra sleep. It's 1920 here. Are you in the military? Like, why do people say it like that? I don't know how to read 1920. Working, finishing at 22. Okay, so I gotta subtract 12, right? So 7:20 p.m. Am I getting that right? Why does everyone use military time? Did I get that right? Is everyone working in the military? What the? I only use it because it's less ambiguous than writing it normally. Plus, I have to write like that for work. Oh, I see. I'm like, is everyone in chat a fad? everyone here works for the government, or like they're all like government agents. All 20 people that are watching. So it's a habit. Oh, I gotcha. I have to like use my whole brain to like figure out, decipher the cryptic messages. No, just social service is nice. All right, let me do a quick stories for my Instagram. I think my other phone is in my. Sorry, I only have Instagram installed on one phone. I gotta go grab that. I'm gonna do a quick stories for my Instagram really quick. 1 second. I gotta play the social media game. You guys know what's up. You guys know how it goes. Done. I gotta play the game. Like I said, I'm reinforcing all these like little sketch marks in order to not lose that like kind of cool, edgy feel you get when you have a sketch, something that's been sketched. Thank you for the follow. I paint anime. Thank you. I appreciate. YW. Sorry, I'm not good at acronyms. I'm sure it's something super basic. I just can't figure it out. Thank you, though. You're welcome. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Joe Baker Spawn. Oh hell yeah, nice. I'm glad you think so. I had a similar feeling about the idea. Chris Maycock says, hey, how's it going, buddy? I hope you're having a good day. Spawn, nice one. I'm glad you think so. I have similar views on the matter. Someone that liked my Superman suggested I do another superhero one, and I'm like, well, it's gonna be Venom or Spawn. Those are like my favorite two characters. They're real anesthetes. Thank you for the emoji. Darth Jar Jar next. Oh, a dark version of him. Honestly, I wouldn't mind doing Darth Vader. I like the Sith energy, like the whole him like holding his hand out and having like a lightsaber be the only source of light in the room, and having the reflective floors of like the ships they have in Star Wars. That kind of like is very cool. I'm actually, honestly, guys, I'm really enjoying doing this character. Amnesty, hearts, bro, hearts. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the donations. Nice. Hype train started. Thank you, man. You're the best. You're the best. maybe Venom or Darth Vader or something. Like I don't want to do too many like in a row, but I will slip in like a superhero or something like that. If there's a yearning in the public for it, I will do stuff like that. Especially with how well this is coming out. Now I'm kind of like intrigued at how I could do other sort of epic characters. Darth Vader or any other Sith. I think I'd do Vader or any other Sith. Yeah. I just like the whole vibe, the cloaks and the sword, the laser swords. It's all very cool. I'd love you to do. I mean, yeah, we can do a Darth Vader. We can definitely touch on that subject. There's like these great clips on YouTube of and what was it? Anakin's, I forget his name, right? Anakin or something. What was his name? The little kid that turned into Darth Vader. Um, he like I've been watching these like kind of like his arc to becoming a villain, and they got like music in the back, like all the epic music in the background, and it's that's the only reason like I know that. Do you have any McFarlane figures? I don't. My collection of toys is limited to miniature models and stuff like that. I haven't seen Spawn for like probably a decade. I don't even remember what his Anakin Skywalker is young Darth Vader. Yeah, I've been watching like there's like these videos online where he like it kind of like quickly. It's like a 15-minute video of going through his arc of becoming a villain, like all the losing his mother and wanting more power to like reverse death or whatever, and it's just like what's your stream time days? I stream daily, and I usually start around 9 to 11. That's kind of like the time frame of when I start. So yeah, but I've been doing a daily stream for quite a minute now. Oh my god, I think you unlocked something. There was like spill the tea. Who's Diva? Mega consume. Hold on, I can unlock one of these now? Confetti hype? I don't get it. Are these unlockable emotes? Let's do the cat. That's a swerve. Unlock now? I don't get it. It says it says I can unlock things, but I don't get how. Unlock them, but open? Oh, I get a random one? Okay. That's the, okay, share. Nice. I don't think I got to choose one. I clicked on the cat, but I didn't. It just gave me this one. I don't think I AM US Central Standard Time. AM US Central Standard Time. Yeah, that's cool that you can unlock emotes like that. The dolphins. I need to make my own, like, more of my own custom, like, emotes. Yeah, so I've been doing a daily stream for a minute now. I've been pretty consistent with the time too. I haven't gone past 11 for a while. Stain slime, perfect life forms. Yeah, I remember. I still remember the lore for them too. They were like supposed to be like they were supposed to be in like something that was invented to eat up oil like spills or something, to like get rid of like production waste. It was like this biological life form, and they started forming into like little slimes and like so like anywhere you have industry, the slimes can start like once they get on there, they start reproducing very quickly and just taking out entire like industrial colonies. So it's like this contained sort of like industrial virus that like once you get it going, it just gets out of control. That was the initial lore for the slime dolphins. They're not super dangerous because if you live like an Amish lifestyle, they can't survive without constantly consuming oil. So it's more like if you have like an oil rig or you have some planet extracting resources, you have a lot of industrial like whatever, you might have a slime dolphin issue. But that was like the internal lore we were talking about for those things. So they're not super dangerous, but they are like they can become a problem if somebody like, and you can just have somebody come up with a briefcase and release like one slime into like a bunch of waste, and now you have like this huge infection problem. But they you know, they're not sort of carnivorous or whatever. They just want to consume oil. Is spawn for anything, or you just felt like drawing? Somebody on Instagram that I like asked me to do more of that, so more of this kind of stuff. So I agreed to it. Slime dolphins, yeah. They exhibit traits because when they were being developed in the lab, they used a lot of like the bio features of a dolphin. So that's why they once they're in their full form, they resemble a dolphin like stature. But they start out as like just like little slimes that crawl across the floor like this, just, you know, like an out of control nanomachine swarm turning everything into gray goo. Yeah, they die out pretty quickly. There's no, once a colony is infected, like you might as well just abandon it because they'll just eat everything and just die out. Like even things like plastic cups and stuff, everything that's oil based is going to get consumed. You can just come back later because they don't survive for very long, and they don't have any way to get off planets. So it's just more of a localized virus kind of thing. So they echolocate. I didn't really think about like how they know there's more oil, you know, like how they sort of communicate. I guess, well, yeah, dolphins do, right? I guess that would make sense. Maybe they like vibrate hard to like sense the environment around them. They start vibrating like a cat, and that's how they know where to go next. or maybe like a loud clicking sound. You know, they get on something like a metal platform and they just start making clicking sounds to like vibrate and understand their, you know, like have a 3D build of like of the environments around them. Yeah, this was just more of a request from somebody. They wanted to see like what my take would be on other characters, and I just wanted to Spawn as like it's like my favorite character, visualization wise, and probably tied closely with Venom. You know, Venom is another one that's like very, very cool looking. Crap, my very cheap tape is falling apart. My pencil platform just took a dive. I'll have to rethink the design a little bit to secure it. I remember reading the first Spawn comic when it was released. I was so hyped by the edginess of it. Yeah. Yeah, I sort of wonder where these comic books are at now, you know, like they've been around for like decades and decades. I'm just sort of curious, like what would a Spawn comic book look like now? Like where's the story? It's also like, you know, there's that issue of like if you have a franchise that sort of goes on for a multi-decade, like how do you sell new stories? How do you not just end up saying that's all just aliens and it was all just a dream, you know? Like I guess silver timelines and things of that nature can keep it fresh, but I might have to go to the comic book shop one of these days and go pick up like some comic books like such as these, because they do have like fantastic artwork. They really do. Let me look at Spawn really quick so to make sure I'm not going astray with my design here. I just need to have a quick look see, make sure I'm still on board with everything. It looks like his costume does change from cover to cover, so I like that because it gives me like a little like liberty to not have to be too strict. Like if I was drawing RoboCop, it's like everything has to be in spec. Sorry, it's hard to look at these covers and not start just. Oh my god. Unhinged Oxygen, thank you for the raid. Fiery Gizzard says thanks for the gift sub. Anasty, somebody said thank you. Let me do a shout out on Unhinged Down Dash Oxygen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid, man. How's your stream? What kind of shenanigans were you guys up to? I'm just doing a spawn from a request on Instagram. It was somebody I liked. I just can't say no to people I like. Well, I could, but you know. I really like the guy's work, so. Now I have to prove myself. Unhinged Oxygen, how's it going, buddy? I'm curious about your stream. If you want to drop your drop your Insta into, I keep forgetting to say this. You can drop your Insta into the chat if you want. Sometimes like I can't remember who somebody is for the life of me until I see their work and I'm like, "Oh, okay, that person. I remember you." It's just like my memory is like non-existent. I'm like a goldfish mixed with pigeon. That's like my genetic lineage. I was all right, but I forgot to unmute, and I was muted for half an hour, and everyone left, and it was just not great because I wasn't getting anyone back anymore after I muted. I don't really use my Insta anymore, by the way. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, isn't it interesting how you can like sit there muted and no one will tell you? Like they'll just leave like without just telling you that you're muted. I've had that happen for sure. That's super funny. The streamer struggle. I almost feel like this is refreshing. Doing this guy is like very like, he's dynamic, he's cool, edgy, like almost obviously like gothic vibes, right? Like very gothic, and but in a modern way. It's like, you know how like it's like he feels very like modern goth, you know. I like that a lot. Just hope I'll be able to get the 3 viewers average still. Probably not though, since I'm getting pretty close to affiliate. Yeah, you just, as long as you stream, like, you will get there. But you will have slide backs, but you will get there. It will go up as long as you stream consistently. Oh my god. Novi Kane, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Oh man, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Heart, man. Thank you. The support is much appreciated. We did it. Thanks, man. I really do appreciate it. I usually talk more than this, but right now I'm just trying to be very careful with the rendering. I'm definitely going to have the light coming from here, I think. No problem. I wanted to get into art, and I like your vibe and style. Thank you, man. I kind of want to, when the alien scrolls through the pictures, the way the alien xenomorph looked, I kind of want to head in that direction a little bit. I really like the way the lighting and all that kind of worked out on that creature. But I somehow like can't capture it. Sometimes I can't capture that same energy again. It's like I hate when I like go sort of like into the next dimension in terms of like skill and quality, and then I can't. It's like fog. I'm like I can't grab it again. It's like it just disappears. I mean, I'm sure I'll be able to like capture it one day, but it's like I don't know. It's like a weird thing where it's like I didn't even feel like I was doing that good until I realized I'm like, this is genius. I loved how it turned out, but it just doesn't always turn out that way, and I like can't figure out why. I feel that, dude, bro. It's that's a real thing. Sometimes you are gifted, like sometimes you get gifted like the next level. It's like this is what you'll be like in 6 months if you draw every day, but not now. But not now, or whatever, you know. Just a little teaser, yeah. It's like, why can't I just draw like that all the time? And like, despite like the very static, like the way he's sitting is static, but it looks dynamic at the same time. I think that playing with the tail and everything, like all of that kind of like went into it. It just turned out really, in my opinion, like really good. What would you recommend to do to start drawing and get better at it? To start drawing and get better at it. Um, what I would do is a lot of like little sketching and not too much worrying about results at first, but a lot of hours of sort of small type sketching where you're not committing a lot of energy to one piece. That's what I would recommend, is just kind of like diving into, whatever it is that kind of motivates you internally. Like you need to kind of revisit why you enjoy doing it, instead of like hitting the books and like learning an anatomy and all that. All of that is like very important, but you need to like find a way to draw a lot just in general, and you'll find your style through that. You can always, well, you can develop bad habits and stuff, but I don't know. I would just say draw a lot, and the way you draw a lot is you draw stuff you like. And that should be, I think that should be the primary focus to keep you motivated, and then kind of deviate into like actual training, which that you obviously the best fastest way to get good is like training, but I think I think I would emphasize making sure that you maintain the fun, because you don't want to abandon the whole project. And if you just do, you know, basically draw a lot, but in short, also you can draw stuff similar to your favorite artist shows or whatever, so you're motivated and stays fun. I think like that's the thing, is you gotta like you gotta make sure you maintain the fun aspect and don't, you know. The problem with the fastest way of getting good is that it's very it'll put you to sleep kind of thing. So my recommendation is a balance of both. Is like what do you normally draw that for, you know, keep yourself motivated, and then deviate into actual training here and there, and it'll bleed into your work eventually. Don't overwork yourself. Yeah. I'll try that. Thank you for the advice. Yeah, no problem, man. I hope it helps, but I mean, obviously, just drawing a lot, you'll, you know, is like the actual main key. I think it's like important to enjoy drawing at your level, because it will grow. It will grow, but you got to draw at your level a lot, and then you'll see improvement. I think I used to get discouraged when I saw someone like that was like insane, and it was like incomprehensible how they were drawing at that level, and it just seems like hopeless. But it's not true. Like you'll get there. You just need to like draw a lot. You'll find a way to get better. It's kind of like the pencil metaphor I was giving somebody earlier. Is that it's not, the pencils like don't matter, because you'll slowly adapt and find your like sort of like style and like the pencils you like to use. That you'll slowly figure out your own system in regards with that. So like it doesn't really matter, but you know, as long as you draw, you'll keep trying, and you'll keep buying pencils and slowly honing in on your style. I got better by doing the Drawbox training website. That's a really good one. Yeah, Drawbox website, but most of it is quite boring, so I don't recommend doing it all in one. Yeah, just touch on it. Just touch on that's actually a really good website. Actually, go on Drawbox and do even half a lesson a day. Like just slowly like keep drawing your own thing at the level that you can. Like keep that energy going, and then slog through that over and over again, and you know, do and redo, and you'll eventually you know, that's gonna bleed into your work, the training. I think for this one, I'm gonna try to keep everything as clean as I can. And like slowly layer in the shadows. Like this is like past one of however many, but Novocaine says I gotta go, but I'll be back. OG next stream. Thank you, man. Yeah, I stream daily. Usually 9 to 11 is the start time, US Central Time. So you should be able to catch me. I think I'll head off to have to get up early tomorrow for work. All right, bud. I totally understand. Thank you for the raid and the convos. I hope you get your 3.5. I think is that what you need for the affiliate now. You'll get there eventually. You literally just have to stream. You'll get there. I have one of the 4 streams with a 3-person average so far, and I think I should be able to get it if I don't forget to unmute. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine. I've done that too. You guys remember in that opening cutscene of Gears of War 1 where one of the big drones, like the elite one, picks up one of the soldiers and stabs him with like the knife? Maybe I should do something like that, like that guy, like that energy. I dig that energy. Should I get rid of my junk from my second bedroom so that I can get a decent streaming setup for drawing? I used to do digital art streaming direct from my iPad, but I don't really like doing digital very much, so I don't do it very long. Yeah. I mean, I would say yeah. If you have another room that you can set up, like a computer, so you can like be isolated. I'm isolated by the nature of living by myself, so I just set up in my living room so I have like all the space I need. That's how I solved that problem. But yeah, if you got an extra room, I would. That's one thing they don't tell you about when you get stuff, is how hard it is to get rid of it later. My house, I kind of had the same thing. Like after I moved in here, I kind of started buying stuff, and then I'm just like, how do you even get rid of stuff? It's so hard. It's like 10 times harder than getting garbage in your house, you know. That's why now I don't buy anything. Like, I live by myself too. I don't want load streaming gear in my front room, lol. Yeah, most of my friends like everyone who knows me in like real life, they already kind of know the insanity. They know what to expect. Like nobody's gonna walk in my house and think like this is abnormal to have like a carburetor or in the kitchen or whatever, half taken apart computers or motorcycle parts. It's just all of this is part of the package that you would normally get with me. So I've given up on this, like, oh, this is the living room, can't have that here. I just live a border, like my life is bordering on feral at this point. I just do what I want. It's actually nice that I have a dog because it kind of forces me to go outside. I'm somewhat like that. I have a load of junk and shit on my front room already. Now that you have validated my life choices, I'm going to get even worse. Bro, become free. Just let go. Let it take over. Don't let society fool you into living according to the rules. I'm just kidding, kind of, but you know. And I'm not saying things don't have to be like completely like things don't have to be dirty necessarily. I'm just saying like there's no reason if you live alone in your house that your living room doesn't become the streaming setup and your kitchen isn't a mechanic shop, right? Like there's no reason not to do those things. I don't have kids and stuff, so. See, this is what I do on the show. I set people free. I don't know if you guys saw. I don't know if you guys saw like that clip from. You guys know who Liver King is? Not to bring up names. I don't know of any of these people, but the dude like went insane and he started like beefing with like Joe Rogan, and he made this video, like this super funny video of like him crawling on the floor. Then he picks up the phone and he's like, "Joe, we don't have to pretend anymore." That's kind of how that's kind of how I live now. It was like a super eerie and creepy video where he's just like, "We don't have to pretend." And the guy's clearly gone, you know, but people are always shocked when I eat curry or whatever food for breakfast instead of usual breakfast food. I'm thinking, who cares? It all gets mashed up into one thing. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I've never been a cereal guy anyway, or milk really. I don't believe in the breakfast food or whatever. Like I do eat a lot of eggs, so sometimes I'll just like eat just eggs just because it's like super easy, cheap, and convenient to consume large portions of them without breaking the bank. But I've been on a very long streak of pot stickers, just bags of pot stickers for everything. Baku, welcome, man. How's it going, buddy? Good, nice, nice, man. Glad to hear it. About you, having a great day. Today's a great streaming day. Good conversations about aliens under Egyptian pyramids, all kinds of shenanigans. I tried to justify that dragons existed because cows produce methane, and I don't see why like you couldn't ignite that inside of like a dragon's throat as it's coming out. Why couldn't it have like an organ pouch that produces like a flammable like liquid gas? All of these things are, you know, things I'm open to thinking that could happen. But yeah, overall, very good day. I woke up a little late. I needed to make sure I get all those hours of beauty sleep. Make sure I look good for the show. You know. Oh, what is Dermaria? The Dermaria, it's the people I worked with, that I knew, and we like they're doing a free D&D camp. Sorry, I didn't see your question until now, but yeah, Dermaria, it's just a project that my friends were working on, and they're basically doing a free D&D campaign. I did a bunch of artwork for them, and yeah, if you can, some of my prints are on there, so they got some of my prints on there you can buy. So they're kind of doing that for me, and yeah, we had a good working relationship. So I just keep that on up there. If anybody wants to visit Dormaria.com, it's a great place to go and check out if you're into Dungeons and Dragons and things of that nature. this looks so dope, bro. I can't even deny it. It looks so brute. Charlie, I do not ink my drawings, no. I'm a pencil enjoyer. I have not ventured into that side of things to any serious degree, so no. Thank you, NST, for the hype. I like the solid color of pen, but I feel less stressed with the pencil. I like. See, the thing is, I like doing gradients. If I ink this, I could do it. I just would have to be. I would have to find my way in it because the thing is I like doing the gradient stuff, like the shadows, and gradient them into this or that way. I don't like to be stuck with like a pitch black, like like everything that's. And it's something that would be. It would take me a while to get it, for it to look good because I haven't done it. So it's not, I'm not against it. I just don't know. It's like I've been penciling for so long that I'm sure I could do it if I spent a few weeks like practicing, but I don't normally do it. One of these days I'm gonna have to pull out the ballpoint pen and show you guys how versatile that thing is. Other than like not being able to erase, like those things like go, dude. You can like really draw with those things. Pen shading with cross hatching and stripping is tedious. Oh, I don't do that. Like I'm just saying like a ballpoint pen, like you can get it to like it draws like a pencil basically, and it has a very I don't know. I like it. So once in a while I'll do that. Maybe next time when after this gets done we'll do a little bit of like sketching with a ballpoint pen. Someone remind me of that, and I'll show you guys a few things that I know. No, I'm just kidding. But no, yeah, I can show you like it's very neat looking, and it's very you can do very cool like concept arty kind of look with it. So I enjoyed that once in a while, but solid ink, I'm just not about that life, I guess. This flute solo about to come up is slaps hard. Maybe I'll do the pen sketching and I'll do the theme. The theme will be Venom the whole time. I bet when they played music like this in the Middle Ages, this is when the peasants would get really out of control. When the flute solo hit, you know what I mean? They just completely lost control at that point. If you were a flute player back then, it's probably like playing guitar nowadays. Yeah, like I wonder if they had the same hierarchy of coolness. Because we know now guitar is the coolest instrument, next to maybe the lead singer. But yeah, things were different back then. I bet lute player got all the ladies. Yeah. Do you add any protection onto the drawing once it's finished? No, I scan it and I post it online. One time I used a fixative someone recommended and it like warped the paper. I get maybe I went too hard with it, but I never had like good luck with any of that stuff. So I don't. Maybe I didn't shake the can hard enough. I don't know, but I had like really bad luck with it. So I cannot advise one way or the other on that. I just sent, and if you know, like maybe it's something I should look into if I had like more commissions. But usually I just send it, bro. I put it in the. I have these comic book holders or whatever holsters, and you put it in there, and you try not to smudge it. You close it, and I just send it to the customer. and just gets yeeted to your location. And then I put two like the comic book holders I use are pretty expensive, so they like what was I gonna say? They're very stiff. It's hard to like bend them. And then I put 2 pieces of cardboard, and that's all the protection I use. But I mostly just do kind of. One second. I mostly do. I just post online and stream, for the most part. But yeah, you're probably right. It's a fact. Women cannot resist the flute. Anasty, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you for the unicorn. Thank you for the thumbs up. Guys, I'm really enjoying working on this piece. It's really cool. I know I already said that like 7 times, but just in case it wasn't clear the first 5 times. All right, quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Who would like for us to make unique emotes? What should we do? I don't have any like ideas, to be honest, for the emotes. The soldiers should be a line of emotes. The soldiers should be a line of emotes. Like do a little line of soldiers for the emote. The bugs their own. Soldiers should be a line of the bugs their own. So make batches of 10s or so emotes with themes. One being your chibi-esque soldiers. Oh yeah, the chibi soldiers. Yeah, we can do that. The chibi soldier. I'll have to do that in Sprite maybe tonight. I think the chibi soldiers are great. Like they've been a staple of my work for many years now. And have 10 or so bugs, 10 or so abominations you have made, lol. Baku, who is he? Or oh, yesterday drawing turned out great. Oh, thank you, man. Did you go on Instagram to see it? Yeah, I wasn't 100% happy with the way the open front picture turned out, to be honest. Like, something about it was kind of off. I think I need to just kind of go back to my cleaner style and introduce pastels in like a different way, but keep it clean. And yeah, I don't know. It just wasn't, it didn't really. I like to have seen it be a little bit more contrasty and a little bit clean, and it just looked kind of blurry. And even though I think it was overall good, it just wasn't. It didn't quite reach that level I wanted. Needs a sandstorm for the open front one, maybe. That's what I was trying to do, and then I ended up doing clouds. It just kind of turned into clouds, but yeah, we were trying to do like a sandstorm kind of thing. Well, originally, like I wanted to draw a lot, like a large head and kind of do astronauts, but then that was kind of like a little too Prometheus. So I was like, okay, let's change that up, and now it's just turned it into its own thing. But yeah, I will revisit. I will definitely like revisit the uh, diesel punk desert kind of factions warring with each other kind of vibe with like obelisks in the backgrounds kind of thing. I think that that's like a very interesting kind of like, if you guys have ever played High Fleet, I forget exactly what it's called, but it has like this very cool vibe about it, like sort of retro futuristic sci-fi kind of. So yeah, it's definitely a subject I want to revisit. Are all this characters from your imagination? Well, this is Spawn. This is like from a comic book, but things I draw, yeah, things I draw like off the cuff, they're from my imagination. But this is specifically like Spawn. This is not my creation. Or when I drew Alien, obviously that's from the Alien franchise. I can't really claim that. Slipknot fan. I can't remember if I've asked already, but did you see Jurassic World Rebirth? I did not. I thought it was rather good. The main mutant dinosaur called Distortus Rex, D-Rex for short, was so cool and scary. I might have to check it out. I'm honestly like struggling. Like I tried watching Aliens 2 twice now, and each time I like get distracted and like, well, like last night I ended up like working all through the night to like finish the other drawing. I don't know. I just kind of keep having a hard time watching movies in general. Like unless I'm trapped in the theater and my phone is turned off, I can't do it. Like, although I did really enjoy Alien 1, watching that again. I was gonna go back and see all the Alien films, but Are you playing D&D? I don't play D&D. No, I do draw characters for like people and stuff, but I don't myself play. I have friends who play D&D, and they tell me great things, and I believe them. I just never got around to it. Oh, Ghost Orchard. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, Ghost. I think the same thing happened to me. Like, I had to take a break every 20 minutes when watching a movie at home. It's hard to stay focused. I think it's maybe something that happens when you get older. I think it's getting older and me being surrounded by a room full of monitors and phones. And I think in the past it was a little bit easier. Because, like, most people would have. For most people in the past, if they were readers and they became watchers of movies, that's they would see that as the distracting thing, right? And they're like, oh, I can't read books now. But like now, the modern person just can't even like watch a movie all the way through. It really is like I'm not even kidding. It's hard to stay focused on one thing for like an hour and a half. It really legit is hard. Like it's actually kind of a problem. But yeah. Thank you, Ghost. Computers and phones take people's attention away from movies. I guess they want to check social media every 5 minutes, bro. That's literally you're describing me right now. I'm that person. It's hard. Still looking good. Thank you, Michael E. Pritchard. I appreciate that. Can you give me a drawing suggestion? Draw Venom. Draw Venom. No, I mean drawing a D&D villain for my campaign, which is an alien with a human form but has some anomalies like 9 eyes. I don't know what type of pants I should give him. I'd have to see. I'd have to like see it to kind of. But I understand the dilemma. Give him some ripped cloth pants. Comrade Soul, welcome. Cape Motion added some drama to the piece for sure. He makes Fabric walk and talk. I try. I'm trying to get better at fabrics and stuff. I think it's turning out well here. But overall, sometimes it falls apart. You know, I'm trying to slowly get better with the fabrics. It does, like, I feel like you can add a lot with that. Thank you for the emojis. I hope you're doing well, Comrade Soul. This is largely going to be. I'm Argon. I'm Argon. No, you're. I see you. I'm not sure what you're saying, but I see you there. And I definitely see you. Well, not the actual you, I just mean the text. It's very tempting to get lazy in this area where it's like away from the center. I'm trying to maintain the same overall quality style. Um, oh, you're going? Oh, okay. I understand. Thank you for the stop by. Appreciate it. I want to put some detail on the to the cape on top, but I want to make sure it's not. It's still sort of. There's more light there, obviously. So. Okay, I think the cape base is like set up pretty well. I feel pretty comfortable with leaving that area alone. go back down here and just kind of start working this area a little bit more. I'm just doing like kind of like the initial light shadowing, and then you know how it is. The hell? Oh, are you asking me if this is hell? No, this is a. I think I understand what you're trying to ask me. No, this is not hell. This is Spawn. I guess he's a spawn of hell, right? Is that the theme? I haven't seen the movie in like a decade, so I'm not entirely sure. I haven't kept up on them, but no, he's just like a really chill guy, superhero, but with like a dark twist. But no, this is not like not a picture of hell. But I can see why you would think that. It definitely looks. How are you? Oh, I'm doing great, thank you. I'm doing real good. Can't complain. Chat was a little bit more intense in the past. It's really like dipped down. Not that that's a bad thing, but normally it's just yeah. But it was way more intense in the past. I was having a hard time keeping up with all the chat. Now it's like just super chill. But yeah, thank you for asking. I'm doing great. Is it done yet, lol? No. No, this is the very first stream. I think this one might get done. This one might get done tomorrow? I don't know. I'm getting through it pretty fast. This is what, 5.5 hours so far? I think it's moving at a pretty good rate. So I'm happy with the progress. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Wonder Flexer. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate the follow. Incredibly talented. This is helping me focus on my own work. I appreciate you saying that. I'm glad that it can help and that you like it. I finished my drawing. Do you have an Insta? Do you want to drop your Insta? What will you draw next? What was the thing, guys? Does anyone remember what I was talking about drawing next? I forgot. I know I said Venom was on the table, but somebody said something something else. I think I forgot what we were talking about. Anyway, Baku, if you have an Insta, if you want to drop your thing in the link, we'll check it out. Maybe you'll get followers. You know, also very helpful. But as far as what I will draw next, I'm probably gonna take a break from superheroes on my next one and do another like monster. I sent it. Where did you send it? But you but forgot what I was saying. What were we talking? Yeah, drawing next. Probably not a superhero, and then we'll do Venom or something. Venom or Darth Vader. My Insta? Oh, okay. I'll check it out. You can just drop the link in chat, and then people can check it out if you want. I don't see any messages unless it went to my like spam folder, channel requests. I don't see anything incoming to my inbox. Sorry guys, had to do a little yawn. Any Street Fighter characters? Maybe Blanca. I'm not too familiar, but I could probably do that. I was more of a Tekken guy when I was a kid. That's what I had at my neighbor's house. So I played Tekken. Those were good times. We can do all that stuff, but I do like to take breaks between like fan art before I move on to, you know, doing more fan art. But we can eventually get to all of those characters. I'd probably rather do a Venom next. don't know. That link doesn't look like Insta, bro. I'm not. I don't know if I should click on that link. It's content Fath 3. I don't know. It's just not. Doesn't look like Insta. What was I about to do? Ignorant trucker are the scrolling images, the side all pencil. Yeah, they're pencil, but I do modify them in the in Krita before I post them. Adjust the contrast and stuff like that. Play around with it a little bit in there. But yeah, it's all pencil. I might have to get rid of some of the earlier ones. My concern always with pencil is losing the image. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, like the sort of having the, like when you have a foreground and background and everything kind of blends together. I would just, if that's what you mean, I would keep in mind that things in the foreground typically are higher contrast than things in the background. That as a general rule will like save a lot of headache. It's more nuanced than that, but Yeah, this is unreal. I won't gush too much. I'm sure you've heard it all. I appreciate it, man. I do appreciate it. I am having a lot of fun with this one. I've always enjoyed Spawn as a character. Spawn is great. I did grow up with DC and Marvel, but slowly became more and more into Image. Oh, is there another one now? Is there another comic book? I never really seriously like got into comic books. I did read a few like Alien ones that I liked, but for the most part, I kind of stayed on the outside. Maybe tomorrow I'll swing by the. I have to go to a town over. They have a comic book store out there. I might have to. I'd have to go in there and buy something from them. Pick up a few books that look interesting at first glance. I like Dark Horse comics with Hellboy. Yeah, a friend of mine gave me a Hellboy, like it was a book, but it was a collection of like all the essentially comics from that series or whatever. It was really impressive. Yeah, I need to get I need to get in on it and like commit to like reading like a comic maybe. But it seems like one of those rabbit holes, you know what I mean? There's so many worlds and things to explore. It's like it's intimidating to like put my foot in that door and start like kind of becoming that person because it's like there's so much of it. Yeah, Hellboy, Spawn, things of that nature I'd probably be more interested in, like a darker theme. Moon Knight too. I like the characters with the hoods. I haven't heard of that one yet. But yeah, Hellboy seems like it'd be instantly interesting to me. This is definitely a little bit more traditional, like compared to the Superman I was doing, because I'm going back to my old style. Is definitely a little bit more of a, looks a little bit more traditional comic booky. Have you been contacted by any bands or musicians who want you for cover artwork of an album? A while back, like a long time ago, I had someone contact me, and I said no. But that'd be kind of cool doing like a death metal band kind of stuff. I think that'd be pretty dope, right? I probably enjoy doing stuff like that. I'm getting to the point now where even if it was like a commission work kind of thing, I could probably do it on stream. Like I wouldn't be like normally if I was actually doing like a commish for like a band, I'd probably do that off stream. But now I can probably do it on stream at this point. I don't think it would be too much of a hindrance. Future Will Painter. Bad news, I got slammed at work. Work tons of work. See you later, man. See you later, man. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. I hope you can get it done quickly, or what? I hope it's not horrifying. I don't know. I hope it goes well. Godspeed. I gotta find some ink stuff you've done. I love to draw with pens. I was thinking about doing like an ink, not an inking like a comic book inking, but like doing like a like a like a normal pen, you know, like just using a pen, and it gives some pretty good results. But it kind of ends up looking like pencil with me because I figure out how to like do it lightly, and then I end up kind of going into the same style. But if you're talking about actual inking, like where it has like the hard lines and like the super dark shadows and stuff, I usually don't do that. I don't even have like the stuff to do that with. I have done that like a long time ago, but I saw a good AI video of Blanca. I was really disappointed with the movie version of him. There's AI videos of the AI making video game character come to life. Some look better than the actual versions from the Hollywood movies. Oh, I've seen that. I've seen that. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, they do. I saw the Dragon Ball Z one and it looked really convincing. They always have that like weird kind of thing going on with the shape shifting, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I've seen those videos. It's like they pick like it makes a face of a person that looks like it actually matches like the cartoon or whatever. I've seen like these crazy like they were showing like video games like a GTA and they got like a skin of a different world on there and it looks completely insane. I do think that's like probably the future of gaming is having like this kind of loose grid loose grid, like the bone structure of the game, and then on top of that will be layered like an AI like sort of skin, and you'll be able to choose your own kind of like you know punch into prompt whatever your sort of preferences are, and I think that's sort of going to be like the future, something along those lines. Some of the AI Mortal Kombat vids are brilliant. I need to check that out. I made some music with AI. Was actually impressed with it. Just pick some uh, genres, write lyrics, and throw it in the blender. I played around with Suno before. It was actually how I originally had music on this channel. Was like that, and then I don't know. I ended up foregoing that idea. But yeah, in some instances, that music can kind of be like actually good. That's actually the side I used. Yeah, those are the only ones I know about. like just let the AI reskin them. I'm really interested in seeing AI remake old games. Just let, yeah, there's that. I just think the future of gaming is going to be that too. I think it's going to be pretty much like, oh, they're going to build like a grid, you know, for the like the main structure of the game, but they're not going to texture anything. They're just going to layer AI in those sort of points of, you know, rectangles, and that's going to be, you'll be able to choose how your own world looks to you, kind of thing. Man, it'll the future in in those terms will be pretty interesting, I think. I think after this, I'm gonna go get a coffee. It's almost impossible not to break this lid constantly. I recently bought whole bean coffee with no grinder. I gotta figure out a good grinder to buy. I have a grinder I used to use. I did the same. I made the same mistake, and then I just like I just ended up kind of finding this little one that I liked and finished off that bag. But yeah, it does. I do think there's something to it. The ritual of it is enjoyable. So I stuck with it. Like I don't use it anymore really, but back when I was drinking coffee heavy, that's how I would go about that. Been interested in these coffee blends that use mushrooms like lion's mane. Supposedly helps with the brain. Plus, it's supposed to be less acidic. Yeah, coffee. A lot of coffee can start to like really mess with you a little bit. Unfortunately. I I get GERD. Not sure if it's from coffee or food. Could be stress too. Yeah, yeah. When you started this one, 6 hours and 24 minutes ago. This is 7 hours in. Well, sorry, almost 7 hours. We're getting there. I've heard of those mushroom coffees. They claim to enhance your energy levels. A guy did a review and said he didn't feel any benefit from it. Yeah, I've never tried the mushroom coffee. It would be nice to like if you were a coffee drinker, just to have like something else, coffee like coffee to to drink something like coffee that isn't coffee sometimes. I think that would be sort of nice to have, but yeah, it's hard. It's hard to replace coffee. That's for sure. I'm just trying to see more spawn stuff. Where did I see that he had shoulder spikes? I could have swore I've seen that, but now I can't find it. I could have swore I saw that. There's got to be a version. I know I copied that from somewhere. I was looking at the costume, I just can't find the picture. Now every picture I'm looking at, he doesn't have the shoulder spikes. What the? Did I like hallucinate that into reality? I don't get it. Does Spawn not have shoulder spikes? There's some versions of him where he does. I had to have seen it because I remember that being something I copied. Okay. I'm gonna stop looking now. Search movie Spawn. Oh my god! I just remembered I have a little Jimmy John's in my. I have a quarter, like a half of a Jimmy John's in my fridge. I'm so excited now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, it just my day just became better remembering that. So I kind of want to. Okay, so I want to try doing the highlights with the lighter kind of tone, or sort of warmer tone. And I feel like this has been going so well. Like I'm like really nervous about using this other pastel pencil because I don't want to mess things up now. But I'm not gonna blend things. I'm gonna go with my usual strategy. This is gonna be good. I'm almost confident this will go well for me. Like all of where the light is gonna hit, it's gonna be like this. I think that's gonna work. I think that's gonna work. The cave crawling videos are, yeah, I don't like those at all, dude. Yeah, when they put the monstrosities into like various situations, yeah, those should be bordering on illegal. I don't know. That seems crazy. But I know exactly what you're talking about, and it's very uncomfortable to watch those AI like videos where it's like a head, like a human head with like legs. Uh, not a fan. Like whatever, you know what I'm talking about. All right. So I'll do all the highlights in this like kind of more comic booky style, I think, or I'll try. I actually kind of like the way that looks in contrast, like having a warmer, like this. I mean, I don't know what it looks like to you guys, but I'm not gonna lie, coffee sounds really good right now. Now that it's five, this one came out well. Fresh, Dream Fresh. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I concur. I concur. Thought I wonder where the weight of emphasis for the eyes lays, or where you intended it to be. Though I wonder the weight of emphasis. Probably in this area, like where the head is. That's going to be the more detailed part of it. Don't worry, it will be awesome. We'll once it's finished, you'll see the greatness. The emphasis will be obvious. Well, it'll be good. You are merely temporarily confused. It will be more obvious once. I'm trying to keep it like kind of comic booky and stuff like that. What the? Yeah, this is where like the majority of the light, the cape is gonna be. I probably shouldn't have done the white. I'm gonna have to erase that white and rebuild it with the with this, because I want a consistent overall. Like the light has to be like a yellow light. I'm just doing a little erasing before I put the highlight down, because I don't want there to be. It's gonna have a weird tint to it if it mixes with the pencil. No, but I'll bring it. I'll bring out. Hey man, I'm back. I disappeared when I finished work. I needed to get my COD multiplayer while listening to Pierre Morgan intense people arguing. I got it out of my system now. I got you. I got you. No, I get that too. I do. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit of a COD enjoyer myself. But I quit. You remember that time when the Turtle Ninjas skins came out? I bought that. I was playing pretty consistently, and then I bought that. I was just grinding my weapons just like in a linear fashion. And but yeah, I kind of like I bought the Turtle Ninja skin and I kept playing, and I just got kind of like frustrated at the game at one point, and I never like went back. So that's kind of my story. But maybe I'll revisit the maybe I'll revisit. I'm gonna have to fix that jaw issue. Should be going like that. I think that last outline was it. I think the last outline was it. I remember you saying last night about Turtle's experience, or maybe it was a few days ago. I don't remember too good now. But yeah, that was my skin. I really like the following the eye line with the spawn together. But yeah, I really enjoyed COD. I still might play it. It's just that like it's so when I find out that the game will essentially like it will actually reduce the damage of your weapon output, that's when I have to kind of like tap out. And you know what I mean? Like I really don't know if I'm losing because of me or it's the game. You know, it does feel sometimes though like I was using the SVG. Do you make art for Marvel Snap? No, no, I just draw on online for people to watch. But when I was what was it? Oh, I was using the no scope SVG. It's almost always a single hit kill, and I was running that, and I was getting super annoying, dude. I was getting so annoying to people. It was awesome. It takes a while to take the scope off of that gun, but you basically it's a one shot one kill. It's got a slow draw, but basically like even on really small maps, you can like lay down on in a corridor, or you know just cover the corridor, and like you can kind of stand behind a wall and like you know they're there behind a desk, and you just fire a couple of rounds into like about where they're standing, and you can just delete people without even like I don't know that was those were fun times. Oh my god. Fox Alvarez. Let me do a shout out really quick. You guys are spoiling me with all of these raids. Let me do shout out Fox Alvarez. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you guys? I gotta get some water in me. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate the raid. I was thirsty. You raiding me reminded me how thirsty I actually was this whole time. I hope you guys had fun. I was working on some landscape. Nice spawn you got there. Thank you. I'm trying my best. Trying to get my spawn. Working on some landscape. Nice. Yeah, landscapes are nice. Landscapes are always fun to do. Yeah, I usually buy COD skin. I don't usually buy COD skins, but I was super tempted to buy the turtles. Well, I only bought one. I only bought the guy with the sword, I think, or nunchucks. I can't remember now. Anyway, I bought one turtle ninja. It was still like $20, which is criminal, by the way. Charging people for that is criminal. Oh my God, Maria R98. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm working on a grim dark cyberpunk universe and working all over the concepts. Oh, okay, cool. Is it gonna be like that? What was the game that came out? Was it 2079? I forget like what the numbers were. Like the last big cyberpunk game that came out. Kind of like that, or you got a different take on it? 2077. Okay. Yeah, I honestly like kind of didn't like that game. like I don't know why, but that game like I played through it, and then I loved it at first, and then like I played through it again, and I realized I actually hate it. Like different take. Oh, okay, yeah, I don't know why, but I something about that game, it never really grabbed me. I think it was like everything that the main characters were and represented. I hated them. I hated everything about them. Wait, want me to show you what I've done for today? Or no, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, drop your link to your Insta or whatever. I for sure will check that out. I'll be more than happy to check out your work. Oh my God! Thank you for the follow, man. Let me see that. Oh, nice. It does have like more of a grim dark thing going on. Wait, is it Trench Crusade? Am I looking? Wait. Oh, I saw the artillery in the trench. Not trench. I saw the artillery in the trench. I'm like, I thought the bottom pictures were Trench Crusade, but like I thought it was a different thing. It's Grim Dark Cyberpunk. Okay, nice. So is it like alternate diesel punk? Cause like I was drawing some World War One stuff earlier yesterday, and it was like this monolithic skull in the background, and it had like these troops sort of going through the battlefield, and I was imagining it being like an alternate World War One kind of energy, kind of lots of punks combined. Oh, okay, yeah, I really like the alternate science fiction, like retro futuristic World War One era. I think that's kind of like what I like that a lot. That whole energy. I don't like 2077 for a really shallow reason. The trailer gave me impression that the main male character had a cool Eastern European accent. Thank you. But the actual game had the male character speak standard male jock guy. He turned me off really bad. Yeah, I just hated the characters. Like I'm like, they're just like money and power. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know. I just couldn't understand. I couldn't identify with the main characters, and then all the cars having like a single headlight. I just couldn't buy into that. I don't know. And I think some of the designs, like people wearing like a yellow coat in the middle of summer, was part of like that. I feel like they were trying to like say on purpose, like this is an ugly world, like this futuristic kind of like everything is ugly design, like it's a plastic coat and it's yellow and everyone, you know. I thought that was like on purpose, which was a nice touch, but for the most part, I can't put my finger on it, but I just couldn't, like the game never really clicked with me. Um, and like I said, the motivation of the characters, I just couldn't identify with. I'm like, got redesigned diesel punk, biopunk, post-apocalyptic, neopunk, mech punk, all combined with punk as the main factor. Nice, nice. I do like the art. I do like the art. If anyone here has ever played High Fleet, it's a game on Steam. That world view of having like this, like they have like these bulky metal ships, and it's like in the Middle East, but it has this Soviet kind of like post-Soviet kind of vibe to it. I don't know, like the whole thing just comes together really really well. So maybe I should do High Fleet artwork one day. I think that would be pretty neat. I do like that like concept arty thing you got going on with like the whole, you know. I do like it. Oh yeah, let me give you a follow. My bad. Let me follow you back in case you're ever streaming and follow Fox Alvarez. I'll give you a follow that way I can. That way if I'm done streaming I can rage or whatever. Thanks. Here, take a look at this. Yeah, I like the religious stuff, like the religious iconography, like the knight standing with that. That's all very cool. The guy with the axe, the triangular chest plate. Yeah, the propaganda. I like the propaganda poster kind of vibe. Are those the different like sort of factions? The religious, the industrial, the warlike, and then like the, I guess the city one. Those are the Techno Templars. Okay. So those are like the main sort of factions. I got 5 factions. Okay. I like the one. I like the aeroplane, and I like the one with the axe and like all the artillery behind him. I think those are really neat. I got Void Brush to make some artwork or a tabletop game. This is the 5th faction. Nice. I like that one a lot. That is actually really cool. I like the double mouth and the metal kind of built into there. It looks like, I mean, it looks like you're on your way. Especially if you can do your own artwork and you don't have to work with an artist. That's gonna save you a lot of headaches, because it'll just be done the way you want. One second, I gotta let my dog out really quick. I've been working on this for 9 months. Okay. That one looks truly impressive. That last one you sent me looks actually really badass. One second, I gotta let my dog out. Actually, now's probably a good time for me to go and go walk my dog, because I'm at 7 hours. I'm gonna go walk my dog and do all that kind of stuff. Been working on this for 9 months. Finally got it together. Nice, man. Well, I hope your game goes good. Where are you gonna sell your game though? Like, what's your plan, and like, how are you gonna like? Are you gonna have like a distributor make it and like sell it, like Amazon or something? I'm going to try. I'm from Argentina, so it will prove difficult. Yeah, it might be difficult. But I wish you the best. I'm gonna raid you guys out because I gotta go. I gotta basically go do dog stuff and all that fun stuff. So I'm gonna end trying to design some video games, but trying to design some video games. Hey mate, great work. New Roan, keep it up. You motivated me to draw. Nice, man. Thanks, dude. Yeah. All right, I followed everyone. It's just I gotta go. Have a nice sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna walk the dog and eat and all that kind of stuff.